Alright guys, now we're back with some more Outer Worlds 2. We are at the ship, about to take off for Eden.
Introducing Auntie's new line of specialty drinks for the discerning consumer.
Oh, wager the Vox Relay had all kinds of protectors. Flashed it off.
I ain't even close to hitting rock bottom.
Ah, Inez, have you come back for a tune-up? I've got just the injection for that. Freezes those pesky muscles right back into place.
No, yeah, a tune-up sounds good. I actually brought a few other grafting parts with me, if you reckon my arm can handle a stitch or two.
Oh, these are pristine indeed. Is this of an ursopod? My, I haven't seen one of those in many years. Oh, and a mantis swarm hive. Hunting must be good wherever you ran off to.
Yeah, yeek. Since Doc's given her blessing, which do you reckon I go with? The ursopod's mucus gland could absorb some incoming damage, if you don't mind getting a little sticky. The mantis swarm hive, however, would be best for crowd control. Say the word, and I'll sick these little guys on any enemy in our vicinity. I'm intrigued by either option, really.
I gotta see what these actually do. Dang, this is one look up here.
Ps5 it is. Just refrain from any buzzing joke.
Oh, the mantis swarm is a wonderful There. I dare say you won't be needing any tune-ups in the near future. By the by, What is it, dear? You look, well, a bit like you've been stung by a terror ray. I've got ointment for that too, you know. Whatever do you mean? The program was shut down more than 6 months ago. Any further funding would be in direct violation of Auntie's orders.
It was off the books, Doc. We found a grafting lab way out on Cloister, still operational. Law. I ain't seen horrors like that in my life. They were brutalizing folk and creatures, paying them no mind, giving them no honor even if they succumbed to the process. The doctor there, he killed a friend of mine. And you're telling me you knew nothing of it?
Inez, I swear I didn't. That sounds... Oh, Sovereign's mercy, that sounds precisely like what I would protest with every breath.
The creatures they were experimenting on broke out of their cages, killed most of the staff. But you know what's worse? Keeping a dead soldier's body on display. Like a thing. I found the doctor in charge, still alive. We spoke briefly, and I allowed him to live. On the condition that he redeems himself and uses his research for good.
But this ain't the extent of it, I fear. I need to find out who's responsible for all.
Oh, Inez, I know you do. But with the program officially shuttered, it would be awfully difficult to ascertain which individual has the pockets to fund such a... Wait. Yes, that does shed light on a correspondence I received recently. A vice president sent a message asking for my presence and scientific expertise to discuss a unique opportunity. I found the secrecy odd at the time, but I do suppose it lines up with your discovery. His name is Willard Conan, VP of Experimental Operations. The very man who was in charge of the grafting program. He's... Oh, I know that look.
I just mean to have a little chat. I will be asking Willard to reform the grafting program. You heard from Dr. Rasmussen, right? I spared him and his research for this purpose. If there's good to be had from the program, then Willard needs to invest in that good. And you're my first choice to lead the new program.
You honor me. I did receive a message from a Rasmussen, yes. He is on his way with research to hand over to me. But... it would bring purpose back into my work. All of Fairfield knows as well as I that I've been craving it for some time. And if it helps folk like Inez, I will help you. Vice President Conan's office is aboard the Undisputed Claim, the flagship of Auntie's choice. I do not know where exactly, as I've never been, but it's my understanding that you will need to present this calling card to gain entry. Inez, what you are doing is noble, and I wish you the greatest of successes.
Thank you, Doc. Now, you get those grafting tools ready, because I ain't intending to fail.
I should have took this so long ago.
Whether it's an orifice
42. Let's go.
Commander, I've been thinking. We got the intel we need, Commander. The undisputed claims our destination. If we find this Willard and convince him to use this grafting research for folks' betterment, well then, all this hurt we've seen will have counted for something. Been doing some thinking about what happened in the lab. I went there to kill that man for what he did to Ortiz, and instead, let him walk away with his research. I know you never liked dealing with Auntie's choice. Seems you're right not to. But I still think we got a real shot here of making things better. Auntie's choice can't be trusted on their own with this research, that's clear. But if someone like me were to guide them, maybe they can be shaped into what I thought they were. If they could actually help folk like they claimed they would when they liberated Tau Ceti, it'd make life better for anyone. Elsewise, there'll only be more victims in their wake. Ain't just saying that, Art. Ortiz sent me a message because he knew I would take action, that I'd remedy the betrayal both of us faced. If he were here now, he'd understand, I think. Are you with me? Thanks. Maybe this is what folk mean by the architects setting things in motion. If I hadn't broken my contract, I wouldn't be here. Maybe proving myself. Maybe this is what I was meant to do. Let's just see what Willard's got.
Can take her. Open mod on this.
Only security personnel are permitted in this. Lift access is currently restricted. At this time, residents of Laplace's Gardens are not permitted beyond this point.
Agent, over here. Well, this is a welcome confluence of events. Why, without you, Gertie and I wouldn't be alive. And any hope of peace between the Order and Auntie's choice would be over. Dreadful, you know. Positively dreadful. How the peace talks were interrupted. I felt our two delegations were making real progress. Officially, not at present. Gertie and I have kept up communication through back channels in the hope that the discussions can be reconvened in due time. It is my earnest belief that this is the optimal course to chart for the Order, and for Arcadia. Though we could certainly use assistance from an outside force like yourself. To begin, I believe you would need to put forth efforts in good faith with each of the two groups. Earning the trust of both sides is essential. Once you've worked your way up to meeting our respective leaders, you must convince them to consider joining forces. Oh, really? Perhaps the challenge rating is far less than I've hitherto calculated. Well, obviously you'll likely have to act as an intermediary between Ruth and Auntie, which will require some verbal finesse. But let's worry about that step upon reaching it. Transplendent. Remember, seek out ways to help both sides, engender trust. Gertie and I can let you know when it's time to move forward. In the meantime, I might recommend you work on honing your oratory skills. Our presiding bishop and Auntie Cleo can be challenging to debate with.
Alright, so let me look at something, guys. I think I've hit a realization. So to get 5 more points, I'm at level 22. 5 more points would be 23, 24, level 25. Yeah. It's 1 point hanging over the engineering, which would be at 12. So then 26, 27, 29, and 30, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, at 29, 30. But I only get skills at 24, 26, 28, and 30. Or perks, I mean. And the perks I want are... There's my 24, 26, right, 24, 26. 24, 26, 28, 30. Hmm.
A visitor. It's for the best that you're talking to me now instead of mid-work. I do seem to have a slight propensity for stabbing randomly with my tools when interrupted, but I suppose that's enough time spinning in the statements column. Speak away. What are you... Beckett. Another prediction that he hasn't seen fit to notify me about. A more cynical exemplar might posit his doing this to be intentional. If you're here, I imagine you aim to petition the presiding bishop for her support, which is hardly a surprise. She is the most important individual in our community. I'm glad we're in accord. The presiding bishop's leadership allows the order to act in Arcadia's best interest. Without her, we would be nothing. The corporate invaders will suck Arcadia of its resources and cast it to the wind. And the Protectorate are no better than machines. Moreover, once we solve the universal equation, it will benefit all of humanity. You, me, everyone. No more suffering, no more doubt. Well, I hope you'll see in time. There is a task of pivotal importance to the Order, but I cannot entrust it with just as head of the Order's exemplars. It's my responsibility to assess whose aims upon Ruth may be malicious. Prove yourself to me first, then we may discuss the rest. To the point. Very well. A myriad of cultists have taken over the settlement of Newton, which is a nearby site of historical but not strategic significance. I want them gone. Once there was a bridge stretching from the settlement to the archive, but it was destroyed by a rift. Best keep your distance should you travel there. I'll withhold my appreciation until this task is complete.
We should collect Azza from the ship first. Unless you don't want the benefits of her inside knowledge.
possibly be keeping the repair personnel so long?
Noted in log.
Oh, greetings. By any chance, did you happen to encounter the repair personnel I dispatched to Resistor Bank 2789B12? Our new JTY-1030 resistor banks are built with enough durability to suffer through a tremendous amount of misuse. But a brutish handling by the Protectorate, the misuse is causing moisture uptake, which causes the resistors to give off more heat. In the snow, that means more moisture, which means even more heat. I'm sure you can observe that the problem is cyclical in nature. I don't suppose you'd be willing to aid me in fixing this? Ursopods, Protectorate forces. It's down in the valley just southwest of the archive. I loathe that. I'll mark the...
Holy shit.
Proceeding to attack. I will restore my life or avenge myself. Mitigating the threat. Taking the fight out of them. Officer Head, break a shit right now. You've suffered a... Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
You have my thanks. Such good work definitely deserves a reward.
Holy shit, look at that rift. Looks like a clear way up from there. What is the rain coming down? barrel.
Torpificator is charged. That is torpification in progress. There be none.
Locking them down, taking the fight out of them. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
I'm alive. Who needs to die? Huh?
Hello. So, I'm trapped. Messages to the order left unanswered. Tried to run. Got about 2/5 of me gouged out. A lot of blood. Less now. Spent much of my life wondering what I'd say at the end. Trying to think of the words for this felt like reading a thesis before the presiding bishop. But a lot of people die. And not a lot of final words get remembered. Certainly no one will hear these. So why worry about being meaningful? What matters is who I was when I was alive. And if I was predestined to be ursopod food. I think maybe I would have liked to re-roll the odds.
Hmm. I'm a gamer, dude. Enter down that road towards it, I guess, go under it. On this side. The shotgun blast was really strong.
Past that alive. DeVries mentioned a rift modulator on Praetor. Might be time to fetch.
I knew you had to get the rift modulator first.
I must admit to being highly vexed by this kill order situation.
Of course not. What a ridiculous question. As I told you before, regret is for the unenlightened. I'm no longer bound by such pedestrian concerns. So were I even to imply I felt remorse, that I wish I'd perhaps approached this with a more logical bent and not slaughtered these loyal Dawn members, it would mean nothing.
Such as?
What? There's something you wanted to converse on? Simply that as much as I'd welcome the bloodshed, it may be wise for me to...
If we're bound next for Newton, might be wise for Azza to head...
Though I'd also point out that if I can resolve my problems with the Glorious Dawn, then I may be more effective in Newton. Whether that be through diplomacy or killing.
Alright, I think it's time we go with the... We just buckle down and fight. What can we fast travel back to? Sure. Come on. Hmm.
Welcome, intrepid consumer, to Auntie's Choice territory. You seem like a go-getter. Let's consume lunch sometime.
Trooper, keep it up and we'll name a vodka flavor after you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey, your family is...
I've no fair ideas of how to proceed, White. Nothing we do seems to garner the... Yes? Can I, wait. Welcome, potential customer, to the majesty of Auntie's military might. Normally, I would be at your service, but I'm dealing with a situation here. It's really none of your...
Sarge, maybe they can help. The two of us are certainly out of options.
And who'll pay them for the assistance? You? Then we definitely can't afford it. Best you look for some officers that can line your pockets for whatever scant service you provide. Very well. The issue is our compatriot, Trooper Hayes. He seems to have some kind of break or shock to the head, and he's, well...
Same sucker, bad habit blocker. It tracks every movement like a hunting death stalker. Try a gross habit, it sucks natty bits. This flogger's a stopper, you just can't brush off her.
He's that.
Ever since the attack last night, he's been unresponsive and communicating only in jingles. At first I thought it might be some manner of marketing ploy, but it seems permanent. The artillery bombardment was particularly heavy last night before the assault began, and the rounds shook the ground so badly that our lantern flew off its hook on the wall. Hayes put his hands over his ears, lay feet on the ground, and after the only thing that had come from his mouth were jingles. Old archaic jingles, ones I haven't heard in years. We must rouse him back to sanity. He's their sole earner, and should he be discharged, just the cost of his family's lodgings on the claim is more than enough to bankrupt them. Yes. Well, maybe. They're the kind of sales roles you take when you're young, before you reach an age to become a real earner. Sadly, you're probably right. We'll try and get him back to base and hope there's enough. Thank you for trying.
$77, let's go.
Oh, look who finally decided to appear.
Anais, you're not supposed to be here.
Events prove otherwise, don't they? While you were taking your time arriving, I found a way inside these corporate drones haven't discovered. I've grown rather adept at sneaking in and out of these so-called restricted areas unseen. Peeked around a little. They've conveniently posted signs where various types of dangerous research materials are stored away.
Leave it to the Order to rigorously catalog everything. Standard procedure dictates this facility will be riddled with traps, which will preclude much waltzing.
Burn down initiation is listed on the top floor. They destroy materials through immolation there.
The research will be in reinforced containers, so enlisting the facility's own incineration measures would be prudent.
I saw signs for heretical miscellany, time-wasting contrivances, detrimental cognitive enhancers, and prevaricated hypotheses, in addition to cataclysmic ends.
Anais, stay here.
I expected such to be your attitude, but
I am not doubting your abilities. Quite the opposite. I need you to guard this entrance. Anyone appears, come running.
Fine. Go. I uncovered a vent in that office. Standard order redundancy measure. Let's out past the barrier over there.
I'll hang back a moment while you wriggling through vents is a young person's game after all. We'll stay here. You find a way to disable these fences.
Someone there? Hello? Help! Please! Thank the law somebody came by. I've been rationing my anti-Cleo Borst rockets, and you know what? Your tongue turns black if you eat them all week. Like, concerning, since it's all I have. The auxiliary dabbler Spoonhauer second rate at your service. At least I assume so. You have the air of one of the various hires up I always hear alluded to. We were sizing up the place, well, the lobby, when our boss ordered us to find an off switch for them traps. It required us to negotiate through or around said traps to do so. A bunch of the others got killed. I got stuck in here. Boss left with the rest. You think you could get me out somehow? Like, right about now, even?
Hold on. You're not even remotely considering releasing him, are you? A trade secret vulture from Auntie's choice? Free to roam in a building full of order secrets?
Hey, wait! Where are you going? Come!
A difficult call, but I fear the correct one.
Can't believe you're just leaving me in here to die horribly.
You're young and spry. You can handle that.
Oh, I should have that one.
We'll stay here. Who left this Dutch open? Security around here was tighter in my day. Did I read that correctly? Seemed concerning.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we've got company in the form of an Auntie's Choice patrol. Seems their representative wishes to parley.
Don't shoot! Like she said, I'm just here to talk. Believe I've pieced together what you all are up to here. And I am willing to offer a mutually beneficial arrangement. Spied the signs on the way up. Our team has a keen interest in much of the research stored here. But cataclysmic ends, which I presume you're here to destroy, don't like the sound of that at all. By all means, burn every last trace. But let us keep the rest, and you'd benefit as well.
The idea of any Order research falling into Auntie's Choice hands is utterly abhorrent to me. I advise a rigorous refusal, as in no witnesses.
I could hear that, you know. Hoping she's not your main negotiator here. Oh, nothing particularly heinous. We may conceivably utilize some information in the possible formation of potential new products. No harm to you, or anyone.
Can't really predict how Auntie's Choice would market heretical miscellany. But I could easily foresee them rushing detrimental cognitive enhancers to market.
Suppose I'd be reasonably happy with that. Some claim these mental recreations possess untapped commercial potential. I accept. If it's all the same to you, I'll just dawdle here while you complete the process. You know, in case you change your mind.
I'll prep the burners and make sure we have no more visitors. Burners are lit. Control board is activated. Commence the burn down process.
Well then, that seems sufficiently carbonized, cinderized. No half measures from the Order. Say what you will about them, but they are nothing if not thorough.
Excellent. Well, a deal's a deal. Meet me downstairs after you're done here.
And all Auntie's Choice receives from it all are some distractful Well, that should decimate Auntie's Choice productivity for the foreseeable future. Nicely done.
My original notes and research are burnt to a crisp. It's over. Finally.
I'm sorry, but I saw on the terminal that an external party gained authorization to study it. There's at least one set of copies out there. Yes, the goal, the stakes. It all feels disturbingly familiar. Give me some time. I'll find them.
What do you need from me?
To go on and live your life. Around other people, not holed up in a dilapidated shack. We'll settle the rest.
You can't possibly expect to leave me behind again without a fight.
Why don't we burn that bridge when we get to it? We still need to get out of here first.
Pleasure doing business with you. I can't wait to monitor.
Be sure to try it. Should be right engaging.
Huh. Maybe we deeply appreciate your assistance in further expanding the ever-growing anti...
Suppose this is goodbye. No. I recognize that look in Marisol's eyes. There's nothing for it. Been interesting to see you. Before I forget, I meant to give you this. Little something I made.
So we're good? You and I. Everything... settled?
Oh, I wouldn't go that far, but good as ever. Don't think I don't see what you're doing with all this, though. You've always been who you are, but you weren't you for decades. A new cause comes up and you take it on immediately. Because saving the universe is easier than confronting yourself. Whoever you are now, whoever you're going to be, just take care. Don't be a stranger.
Goodbye, Anais. Yes, she's every bit as keen-edged, vexatious, and contrary as I remembered her. Appreciate your support. Been a spell since I could rely on anyone like that. Though, suspect that's my own damn fault. Ah, Anais snuck something by me again, didn't she? What was that last thing she said? Don't be a stranger. Right. All right. I suppose you remain on my good side. May the plan favor us against long odds.
Thank you for your customer service contract.
I'm going to the restroom.
Let us make our way to Central Control forthwith. This facility prevents Praetor's lightning from laying
Go
waste
there.
all around.
Approach the gate and identify yourself if you're looking for access. Well, of all the improbable sights I'd never imagined to actually see, folks simply wandering around the Badlands of Praetor would be near the top of that list. I've not the mind to solve the equation that demonstrates how unlikely it is you've survived enemy combatants, hostile critters, and endless lightning in near equal measure. Is that so? Amusingly enough, I'm inclined to believe you, which means you might be just the help Exemplar Simon's been waiting for. He is in the lab atop the hydraulicalized lift. Ironically, the lift was struck by lightning while the station was being reset and is stuck in its raised position. There is a trail that leads to the top. Just mind the jump onto the platform, and don't touch anything glowing, sparking, or obviously shedding lightning on your way there. And given the situation we find ourselves in, I'll be leaving the gate charged unless you're ready to pass through it. Just approach, and I'll power it down for you. Should you ever need to exit the station, just approach the gate, and I can open it.
Reset!
You're about to enter territory controlled by Auntie's choice. Act accordingly, or you'll end up as close friends with the inside of a rap god.
You there, you came from out interested in work? Or was the allure of helping to advance science and being paid for it too much to resist? I'll get right to it then. I need someone to bring me a Gorvid egg. Incredible! And to think I sent all those assistants to die for nothing. I should have just sent a heavily armed stranger first. Here's your reward. You've certainly earned it. Now, back to my lab. I'm going to get so many papers published. Every biological researcher will know my name. There's going to be statues of me.
Throughout the galaxy. Okay, back to business. I consider this song a standout number.
Look at you, rocketing up the corporate ladder.
Appear to be fighting the hand that barely feeds
Others
them.
get the exact same pay!
Keep the chanting going! I can see the overseer up. Welcome, fellow disgruntled worker. Can't say I recognize you. You come from a different plant to support our cause? That spiteful little cur. She's up in her office imagining new ways to make us miserable. But you're gonna need to find a different way in. She's locked the doors to keep us out. Honestly, we just want to eat, sleep, and relieve ourselves on a reasonable schedule. But the damn overseer, I think she's getting rich off of breaking our backs. I ain't sure how you're gonna get in. This door is barred from the inside, and I don't think there's another way in on the ground. That's right, folks! Keep the chanting going! I can see the overseer up in her office, and we're definitely making progress!
Yes? The whole reason we set up here is to avoid customers. Is there something you need? See that repackaging facility down there? We're supposed to be working it. slaving away for a few meager bits that we then gotta use to pay for our own necessities. They work us like cysty pigs, charge us for the stems we need to yoke those hours, and don't let us relieve ourselves but in empty fizzy tea bottles we keep beneath our stations. So, we're making trouble until that changes. Until we get some respect. Until the privy is left open all day. That there is certainly an opinion shared by the Auntie's Choice leadership. Though, it saddens me to find a fellow worker share such a stark view of our worth. Now, if you'll excuse me. Yes? Well, now.
Less like an overt labor negotiation and more like a covert assassination operation. Of course, I'm fine with either, dear.
Heads up! Make some space! We've got a sanctioned, non-important...
We don't want to make demands,
out.
but no more peeing in bottles and cans!
For a week! Can't believe what I'm losing on a...
So a lone individual benefits wholly, while the collective suffers? Why do they not simply kill her?
Welcome to Auntie's Fine Product Revitalization Center, where we create tomorrow's brands today. I assume you are the disruption ameliorator from home office? It was about damn time you got here. This labor stoppage has put us almost a full week behind schedule and is making me look quite the fool. Get back to what? Are you daft? Some ne'er-do-wells have incited our workers to halt all work. They've taken to making demands and carrying on about basic dignity and human rights. It should go without saying that such flights of fantasy have no place inside Auntie's Choice. And if we were still in Tau Ceti, they would face grave consequences. Nevertheless, here we must focus on getting these ingrates back to work and remind them that they're damn lucky to have Auntie's Choice to dedicate their lives to. Absolutely. These lugs have been positively exalted in the good fortune of rising to their limited station within the meritocracy that Auntie has derived for us. Why? Can you imagine suffering under the yoke of a sovereign's rule? Or floundering at the ridiculous direction of those claiming to know the future by way of math? No. Only within Auntie's Choice can these drudges achieve genuine prominence. If they exhibit excessive dedication, they may even earn some modicum of the success I have enjoyed. You're asking me? That clearly is your domain. Running this in... And when I say I,
It is critical that you understand that, as director of this facility, I should effectively be treated as though I were an executive. Is that clear? Well, there's no call for rudeness. It's unnecessary, unprofessional, and distracts us from the important business that I have the direct authority to dispatch you upon. This plant relabels dated items with new Auntie's Choice trademarks and slogans. It is critical to keeping revitalized products on the shelf for consumers hungry for something new. So, the workers may be unhappy, but they must realize their comfort is a distant second to Auntie's delivery schedule. Or in short, they need to get back to work. My workers are striking people now? How very alarming. We must resolve this before things get even further out of hand. They've appointed some kind of leader, and he's the one you have to talk to. His name is, Dummy? No, that's not right. Dunce? Dummer? Dumbly? Dunbar. It's Dunbar. If I'm honest, my gaze is purely focused up the ladder, not down it. I am a very important upper, middle, lower manager, and the way I advance that status scantily involves learning the names and faces of my peons. I believe he has demands, but I can't be bothered to remember what they were. They alter the generous terms Auntie offers, and so are egregious and should be rejected. You will find him up on the landing pad with some of his minions. Go help him understand the situation so everyone can get back to work. That clear? Yes, well, I'm sure you'll manage. And best of luck to you. Remember that your actions don't just reflect on you, you are also to us.
Kindly upon thievery. Auntie's been looking for you, criminal. Pay what you owe, or your reckless behavior ends here. I'm listening. Funny you should say that. I've been entertaining a theory this was a mere misunderstanding. Pleasure doing.
We don't want to make demands, but no more being involved.
I ain't aiming to seem rude, but I got a lot to deal with right now. Unless this is mighty important, I'll respectfully ask to be left to my business. That's good to hear. I'm glad Auntie's taking our situation seriously. The problem is, well, it's like this. Auntie's got to prioritize worker prosperity over productivity. What we've got now is, poor, labor retention techniques? What's going on is, remind me again?
An inhospitable occupational environment that ignores worker safety and health concerns.
Right, that. Right. Exactly. The conditions under which Auntie extracts our labor is, unacceptable. They're egregious, even.
They work 20-hour shifts, which requires stims to endure that are charged at a premium. Adrena time is actually cheaper on the undisputed claim than it is here. And if that inhuman brutality isn't enough to offend basic decency, they're also barred from using the restroom throughout the business day. Their 20-hour business. It is an unconscionable condition to keep these workers in. I can't imagine how hard it is for them to coordinate their daily duties. Are you serious?
We should get back on track. The point is that the situation is downright unmerciful and we need some changes. Our shifts need to be reduced to 12 hours a day. 4 hours of personal time ain't even enough to rest, much less get any actual living done. Second, if we gotta work those long hours, we want free Adrena time. Bad enough it's making everything taste like we're gnawing nickel pads. Having to pay for the pleasure's too far. Finally, we want all-day bathroom access. Expecting us to fit our necessities into the same 4 hours is just mean. Plus, between us, most folk ain't, if you get my meaning. Thank you for your trying.
Welcome back, Amelia. Did you make contact with workers? Do they understand that this stoppage is madness? Are they ready to return? So, what are these ingrate alley sprats willing to settle for? Golden privies and gilded sheets to be spoon-fed crunch whenever their tummies rumble? 8-hour work days? They want to relieve themselves on company time? I've never heard something so preposterous. Can you imagine how many bits that loss of productivity will cost us? What if they lounge? What if they take time to relax? What if they retreat to indulge their baser urges? Auntie would be paying for all manner of unprofitable shenanigans. Oh my. You're probably right. It's been so long since I've shared a facility, I've forgotten how unpleasant it can be. I trust your insight and will leave it unlocked from now on. What more do they want? 12 hour? Are they mad? What are they gonna do with the other half of the day? Lounge around the facility consuming air and water and power without compensating the company? I am, frankly, disappointed you would even bring me such a preposterous demand. You should have nipped this offensive arrogance in the bud. A lunch break, you say? I suppose that might be a compromise I could make. It would still be a black eye on my sterling reputation, but at least it would get them back to work. All right, you've convinced me. What else do they... Free? Free? Nothing inside of Auntie's Choice is free. Law, nothing in life is free.
Materials, labor, time, distribution.
Giving something away for free is akin to ignoring the cost of its creation, which is one small step from the system completely breaking down and plunging us all into anarchy. What in the void are you talking about? My greed is certainly doing no such thing. What? No, I would never. That's slander and or libel. And you can't prove a thing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not get too hasty here. What do you want from me? I don't know why you would waste leverage on them, but I suppose you've got your reasons. All right. They'll get their Adrena time, and you'll get all the bits I got on me. Is there more they ask? Very.
If you won't let us sleep for 8, you can't charge us for stimulates!
Alright.
Hello again. Do you have news for us about the negotiation? That's as fine a place to start as any. Well, I can't begin to tell you what a relief that is. A most promising development. How go the other hurdles of the negotiation? She willing to see reason? Free? What's next? Excellent. Well...
Damn! I really felt like I was close to signing all of you, and I needed that recruitment bonus. I don't know how I'm going to afford my hair cream now, but I'll get him next time. And he won't always have you working her ankles for her. And her usual agents don't...
Next time? Against you? What in law's name are you saying? Sometimes you talk so odd it don't sound like you're... it don't matter. All that matters is my working conditions have just improved mightily. Now, if you'll excuse us...
I suppose that passes for a happy ending among these corporatists. Excellent work, dear.
No. Alright, hold on.
Have you finished your procrastination? What? Stay close and keep silent. The less attention we draw.
the wrong side of a frame. I'm the one you need to worry about.
What if I could, but alas, it's not charged.
Save that for the moment. Push them up, man.
Mobilizing.
Electrical dampeners failing.
Have the matriarch taken from us before her time.
Actually, the matriarch passed unprecedented.
You hang back here.
Continue. Wait there. I'll come to you.
All handled.
Was Harmon capable of that activity?
The security room that we need to reach is nearby. Should be able to disable that
Goes. No one is allowed in here without the proper authorization. Ah, I see you have come armed. Intruders, then. I suppose you intend to extract my surrender through means most lurid and foul.
Damn, the head curator. I had hoped to slip in before his shift, but no matter. We cannot allow him to leave and raise the alarm. He must be dispatched, quickly.
How's that now?
Now hold on. I know we had to kill that fella with the Sentinel, but this man's unarmed. He's already surrendered. You're not helping. How much of a fuss could this one fella cause, really? Come on, Sam. No need to cut any bellies over maybes and ifs.
Please, if secrecy's your concern, you may rely upon me to be the utmost spirit of discretion. I have never betrayed a confidence in my life.
Allowing him to leave would be a grave error of mercy, one we can ill afford in this place.
If we start gunning down civilians, where does it end, Zeb? Ain't Arcadia covered in enough blood?
You need me to clear that moral obstruction for you? Fine. This man is an instrument.
I'm kin to the risks, Zeb.
Are you? Can you even fathom the indignity of having your every thought scrutinized and scored and made perfect? My sister was made into a shadow. I endured daily sessions with the lathe of particularity and still find myself policing my own mind for untoward proclivities and inclinations.
The commander's right. This man didn't put you in the lathe, Zeb. He's just trapped in the system, same as everyone else.
I never have possessed immunity against your pleading. Fine, you're free to leave. Do not repay this kindness with treachery.
You are merciful and wise. I will depart at once.
Let's hope the consequences of this decision do not assert themselves, or we're still... You and Niall should turn off the power to the security barrier and make your way to the vault. I'll remain here and guide you as best I can through the labyrinth.
No going back from here. Not until we've done what we came here.
Don't set foot in that room. The schematics on this console indicate this place is defended by all manner of traps. One moment. Yes. It appears there are N-ray tripwires invisible to the naked eye that will electrify the floors if crossed. Move cautiously, and if you have any gadgets that might help, I suggest using them.
Over here, Commander. Reckon I found something that might be useful later. Have a look, Commander. With a little elbow grease and some inadvisable engineering, reckon I can finagle these components into a fine explosive gel. Who knows? Could come in handy. Just doing my part. But thanks for the vote. Let's keep on. I'll continue.
Made it through. Good. Now there should be 3 switches in this room. When pulled in the correct order, the door should open. If I'm reading this right, the order is 1, 3, 2. But which switch corresponds to which number? Ah, damn it. Why must the Protectorate abstract everything?
There must be a way to suss out which switch is which. Maybe if we could peep the wiring.
Well, I'll not lament it. That vault door is quite the obstruction. Fortunately, there should be a code. No. Look! They changed it recently. That shouldn't have happened until next week. I'm certain I can diagnose the issue. Now that you've cleared the way, I'll come down and join you.
I might have something else that can get you into that vault, Commander. Does that seem a little off to you, Commander? I think he's starting to worry. That business with the curator. I'm glad Zeb stood down, but it was close. Never seen him so eager for bloodletting before. He's changed. Ain't sure for the better. Remember those? Turns out you were right about trusting my instincts. You take the honors, Commander.
Nice. I was hoping for a more subtle...
Hush, Frey. No.
Am I running hot,
No.
or was that a hint of worry I heard in your voice back there?
Alas,
No.
I neglected to pack a thermometer. Ah, this terminal should allow me to retrieve all the information stored here. This cannot be right. There's nothing here save the designs for the skip drive. Not even initial concepts. 10 years in Arcadia and the matriarch invented nothing? And what's this about a deal with the Earth Directorate?
Dear,
We need to talk.
I fear the longer this war continues, the further we stray from them. Every step we take must honor the matriarch. I tell Henry this, but he is set in his ways. His notions regarding these rifts are sorely misguided. Why close them when we can use them to Arcadia's benefit? It matters not what the Order thinks, what the Doubters say. The Architect bestowed us with the power of skip drives so that we may secure...
We need to talk. Now.
We must act with haste. I only ever wished for Henry to embrace his role as the caretaker of Arcadia. The savior of us all.
Oh.
But if he has chosen a different path, I will do as I must. And I must not fail.
Oh my god, it hurts so bad. Oh, god. Oh yeah, that hurts. Charlie horse.
I knew the Protectorate festered with lies, but I had no idea the Earth Directorate was complicit. Niles, did you know?
Slow up, Zeb. What are you talking about?
It says your agency struck an agreement with the Matriarch over a century ago. In exchange for skip drives, Arcadia was allowed to completely govern itself with absolutely no outside interference, including from the Earth Directorate.
Must be why the chief said we'd be on our own if we were caught. We were breaking the terms of this agreement. Unbelievable.
If this information is true, then the Earth Directorate permitted the Matriarch to create a colony filled with her vassals, enslaved to her will. Everything Arcadia is, all of the suffering that's taken place here, it all could have been avoided. Things could have been different. There's more. The skip drive schematics are here. How the explosive safeguards against tampering work. Its evolution over time. But no original concepts, no sketches. Nothing. Our dear Matriarch is a fraud. A cheat. She did not invent the skip drive. There are messages here between her and the First Sovereign that all but confirm it. I thought I might find some technological innovation that could be handed to the Protectorate's enemies. But this is almost better. By releasing this information, we can thoroughly crush the image the Protectorate has been built upon. The Sovereign will be revealed as the unclothed emperor he is, and demolish Arcadia's myth of superiority. If we administer truth to the people, their strength will return. Erstwhile, giving the skip drive designs to the Protectorate's enemies will even the fight. Their technological prowess will be made into nothing. Everything will come apart.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Not to mention how this agreement with the Protectorate will completely destroy the Earth Directorate's reputation.
I was not aware of such a connection between rifts and the skip drives. But I have confidence the Order will figure out a solution. Science is their theater, after all. As for the Earth Directorate, don't you see? This frees them from any obligation to the Protectorate. They'll be able to manufacture skip drives themselves. The deal will be voided.
It's worth holding the Earth Directorate's feet to the fire for this deal, but I don't think the entire organization should be judged by its worst decision. It's done a lot of good, too. Plus, making the skip drive tech available, that's like throwing a lit match into a fuel converter. Can't think of a worse idea right now.
Do you think the Protectorate stand around debating the potential for injury? No. They act, and so must we. Damn the consequences.
This is a good idea, but I don't think it's working out. We should cut our losses.
And should I refuse to leave empty-handed? What then?
I know you're aiming to do the most good for the most amount of people, Zeb, but sowing chaos ain't the way.
Do you know how many of my friends died so we could reach this point? Audra and the others, tortured and hunted down like animals. And you would have me what? Give up now on the cusp of victory? Lay bare my throat for the Protectorate machine to cut?
You remember what we argued about the day before I left?
I've replayed it in my mind many times.
A lot's changed, but that hasn't. Life in Arcadia could be just like we dreamed it. But there's no future if you go through with this. Not for anyone.
Out of respect for my friend, I will forestall the release of this information and seek another avenue to help liberate the people of Arcadia. I'll remain here for a while longer to cover our tracks. The Protectorate will discover the break-in, but hopefully never learn more specifics of what we did and found.
Guess this is goodbye.
Only for now. If we both come out of this war intact, I'll find you. If you wish to be found, of course.
I want to talk it over with the commander, but... yeah, maybe we can work something out. We should keep moving, Commander. I'll see what I can...
In spite of substantial efforts to prolong his life, my father's condition continues to deteriorate, both physically and mentally. It has been difficult to observe. His latest effort would see him entombed within an automechanical body.
There they are.
I objected,
These are
course,
the ruffians who threaten me. Slay them and suffer none of these killers to live.
Purification and patience. Still recharging.
Hey, got a distraction for you.
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
And if that bears out, I will burn my father's research objective. Seal his automechanical body. If I will inherit. What?
Ratcheting up for integration.
Got some bad company.
Vital critical. Don't become a statistic.
I never should have let the curator go.
Come back and stand. Hostilities are afoot.
Which means she ain't gonna do shit. What was it? 25 would be, so number 25, just say it goes to 20. And then 26 is 13, 27. Yes. So I can do one extra point somewhere else. Why did I specialize in speech? One extra point somewhere else. Then I'll have the Enray perk by 26 and the armor perk by 26, 28, 30. 26, 28, 30. That should do it. They might not be frozen yet. I just filled it up not too long ago. Okay, baby, let's go. Let's get out of here. Where's that cocksucker at? He died. The Good Subject's Guide to Electrical Systems. The Good Subject's Guide. Oh, yeah, give me that. Armor. What's it look like? Gain an additional 30% damage resistance, increasing with your speech skill. However, when you receive damage, you lose half the damage total in bits. Whoa! You lose money. You can take hits to lose money. I have like 11, 14 grand. There's no way I'm putting this outfit on. It was, but dude, I've just not been spending them. I have 14,000. I just realized. I know, but I'm super far into the game. Look at all these quests I have active. Hold on. So, what the hell? So these are the main. Those are active. Faction 3 active. Side quests 5 active. Companion quest 2 active, a task active, and a collectible quest active. So, yeah. Collect any logs in the chapels. Okay. A little collectible quest. Yeah, and then these are completed. Completed. The completed. But look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 main story is all I've completed. So really, it's probably what, 15, 16 probably main story missions, and all this is just filler content, which I'm completely fine with. It's what I signed up for when I bought it. So visit these chapels, grab these logs, and that's a little collectible bonus. Okay, I'll take it. We turn that light out. You are world's
Start with
worst.
everything that happened in there. At least we were able to talk Zeb out of his plan to release
It's just a
everything we
peripheral
uncovered. I'm
blunder.
all for sowing chaos in the Protectorate.
You're
That
right.
kind of information is liable to do more harm than good in the wrong hands.
Oh, gosh.
I expect backroom dealing from unregulated corporations, not from the only agency keeping them in check. The Earth Directorate should be better than that. You're telling me you wouldn't have done things differently, or at least tried to. Permission to speak candid, Commander. Strange as it sounds, this whole experience with Zeb has helped me finally understand the position Augustine was in. Back at Horizon Point, ain't easy having to decide between your allies and protecting untold innocence. It's the damnedest thing. In spite of everything, I find myself relieved we spared her. Augustine still owes a debt to us, and the rest of the galaxy. Maybe she pays it all someday, and maybe she doesn't. Either way, you were right to give her the chance. If you taught me anything, it's that kindness ain't ever the wrong choice. Reckon time will decide the heroes from villains in this tale, but it's gonna be hard to forgive the Earth Directorate for arranging the stage like this in the first place. Deep down, I'm still convinced the galaxy is better with the Earth Directorate in it, flawed as it is. But what happened with Arcadia can never be allowed to happen again. Something has to change within the Directorate.
Right.
And I think we're best positioned to see that reformation through. All said, I appreciate you giving me the space to work through this. Sort of feels like the future's opening back up after a long time closed. Likewise.
Mitigating the threat. Locking them down.
Ready to wait. What's your command? Combat.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Resorting to violence.
I'll take care of him, Commander. I'm the one to combat.
Changing magazines, efficiently and in short order. Remain vigilant.
Just give us a... Ain't nothing there. Nobody around. No. No target. Can't just shoot in the thin air. You lot couldn't hit the broadside of a flare. Over here. Free hole in the head. Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Just say when. Hey, got a distraction for you. Over here. Free hole in the head.
Happy to assist in crafting more ammo, if you need it.
Investigating hostile is standing by to stupefy.
Whatever you need, Commander. Just sure.
Taking the fight out of them.
Love to, but I'm not ready.
Torpification in progress.
Check your scope. Let me know when you need a distraction. Hey, got a distraction for you. I'm the one you need to worry about.
I have a fix on their weaknesses. Negative. Recharge incomplete. Try to limit further damage, Commander. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Go. They're being numbed. Torpification in progress. Yes, Commander. May... Proceeding to attack. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Get the order and I'll take care of them, Commander.
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Hit the broadside of a freighter. Come at it.
Yeah. Louisville. So they probably weren't doing shit. Yeah. That's probably why then they weren't doing shit. Exactly. That's sweet. Is it here? That's pretty sweet.
Central Control is open to no visitors. Turn around.
Mail the light.
I have an update about that personal matter. You know, the one that might, end the universe. Back at Winter's Grasp, I
Hey,
found someone
Mel.
was continuing Anais, Sir Boujob's research. Believe I have a lead on their identity.
Mel, come here. You left the light on. I know. I can tell. It's alright. I was raised to turn the damn lights out.
To the anchor hold at Matriarch's Mercy Monastery.
My stepdad was
Val
a
set the
fucking
location on the
ass.
map. I recognize we're juggling multiple crises, but I'd suggest we journey there sooner than later.
Yeah.
Inquire away. I may. Presiding Bishop Orlo, yes. Ruth Bazaar's predecessor. And better. Now there was a scientician. For a while, I'd hoped all this... The more time passes, the less I'm inclined... Are you asking me to reveal details of high-level covert operations? I doubt you're willing to offer me a thorough accounting of your past assignments. And I bet the Earth Directorate had you on all... I'm not saying never, but... We only just met, dear. Trust takes time. Because all the good mathematical terms were... I'm sure I don't know, dear. Hopefully by my hand. I tried to... I assume that's in line with your... Yes, this verbal resolution may all...
Sniper rifle.
Best turn around. Central Control's in... Wait. Orbit around? What are you doing here? I've heard a great deal regarding your exploits within the Protectorate. And it is all that prevents me from summoning the Guard. I have strict orders to arrest you on sight.
I've no desire to slay you, but if you seek to prevent me from pursuing my duties, I will have no other choice.
Arbiter Rao did not report to the Consul's summons. Consequently, he is wanted for questioning. It is only our difference in rank that stays my hand from attempting arrest.
Alarm! I am trying to fight control!
Locking them down.
Let's my fight upon them. Unto your authority of the... Rosemary, my injuries are not superficial.
my thanks and my hammer.
Another intolerable destruction.
Combatant scan.
Your vitals look grim, Commander.
Taking the fight out of them. There have been no... Target analyzed. Lay down fire. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Standing by to stupefy. Mission in progress. Mitigating the threat. Vandals are in the red, Commander. Suture me up. Put your on.
Mess with the card, you did.
What's this? He falls and
Back and stand. Weapons ready, Commander. Adversary vulnerability identified. Taking the fight out of them. They're benumbed. Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
I shall reduce them to a slow.
Unfriendly nearby. I would not refuse medical support.
Breaking for cover! Don't let that thing up! An explosive! Steady eye above! Exit the blast!
Sensibly, I must reload. Resist
Eyes.
Foreign agent!
Lay down fire.
Alas, not far.
Target distance is too great.
Replicator is charged.
Seems the console is not devoted to the... That elevator over there goes to the Supreme Arbiter's old office. I hope the technicians have kept it in working order. I believe what we need is on that terminal. I'll see if I can find my way in. The terminal's locked, which is no surprise. See if you can find some method to bypass its passcode. Did you hear that? I think something may have unlocked. I think this may unlock the terminal, but the toggle mechanism appears compromised. I shall hold it. You attempt to gain access to the machine. Now let's see about that place. I think this may unlock the terminal, but the toggle mechanism appears compromised. I shall hold it. You attempt to gain access to the machine. You must finish reading through that terminal. The elevator's...
Consul Thoreau, I'm sure you're surprised to be receiving this message, and thus I can assume you already know my intent. Even considering aligning myself against the Sovereign is like sticking my hand in boiling oil. Yet my dead charges spur me forward. 10 scores of Arcadia's finest, at least 10 scores, died in defense of Golden Ridge. And does the region lie in our control? No. We fled like sprats, all at Varric's behest. I shall lower myself to work with you, Consul. I will help hold... What in blazes? How long have you been standing there? What did you hear?
I cannot believe what I heard. I cannot. Actually, it wasn't. Perhaps at first, until I discerned her true intentions. My mentor hated the Consul and was deeply devoted to the Sovereign. She'd never speak thus. Unless she was trying to lure the consul into a trap.
Those unable to accept the truth do often invent their own.
What I'm proposing is eminently plausible. It may be beyond you to see her machinations, but it's obvious to me that this was merely an intricate play. It's all that makes sense. Don't twist in me, just because the wait.
Arbiter Rao, I finally got you. Submit quietly to the Protectorate's justice for your manifold transgressions.
Are you insane? Who are you? And on whose authority do you claim to judge me?
My name is Junior Arbiter Mayhall, and I operate on Arbiter Mandate, as you did once. Now, no questions. This is already going to be difficult enough.
It's logical. The Sentinels have all but taken over central control. It stands to reason the few Arbiters still trained here would only be Sentinels in armored regalia.
I cannot deny that central control has changed, but... what am I saying? I need not defend myself from the likes of you.
Enough! This has been an unpleasant day and my patience is gone. Your accusations are baseless, and accosting a higher-ranked Arbiter is grounds for arbitration.
They're far from baseless. You stand accused of abandoning your post, of infiltrating Protectorate facilities with opaque aims, and of hampering the Protectorate war effort.
You are not.
Do my ears deceive me?
These accusations of yours are slander. If you believe false bravado shall save you from my wrath, you're sorely mistaken. At Oculus, and again at the Vox, you showed me that the law may be interpreted. Clemency can be granted where before it would be unthinkable. Here my sense of duty clamors to be answered. But as much as it surprises me to admit it, I think you're correct. To this recruit, I've diverged from the path of righteousness. Slaying her for sincerely trying to do what is right would be a farce of justice. I would not.
What is this insanity? I would never imagine an Arbiter balking from their chosen course. I had hoped Arbiter Rao would come to his senses, but obviously to no avail. I may not wish to judge him. I may not understand what has come over him. It is of no consequence. His crimes against the Protectorate are all that matters.
The ex-Protectorate subject there had been mentally refreshed. Killing him would have accomplished nothing, despite his crimes, as he was merely a pawn to someone else.
That's even worse than I thought. You chose not to do your duty, and expect telling me so would soften my decision to judge you?
The Supreme Arbiter taught me to follow my own sense of justice. And I have. Use your mind. Think about what I did. What you intend to do. Is this moral? Is this right?
What of it? Someone has to stop him.
Ironic. You came here to judge me for much the same reason I have, as you so claim, deserted. I chose to investigate the Supreme Arbiter's death on my own. You chose to investigate my departure on your own. You seek to judge me for the very crime you are guilty of.
That's impossible. I refuse to believe we both could be guilty if we were simply following what we were taught.
We don't know that for certain, but to an onlooker without our knowledge, it could seem that way. And such presumed traitorousness would be very confusing.
Even the Supreme Arbiter has struggled with this? That doesn't seem possible. But I suppose there's no way to ask her now. I shall trust your words. Consider my hand stayed. I can see that judging Tristan would only rob the Protectorate of another of its servants. It seems I must reflect on this matter.
It would appear we're in agreement. Neither of us shall raise a hand against the other.
Wasn't expecting such a mature resolution from our little arbiter. I'm impressed, and not even in a back.
So, what course of action do we take now?
It's important for an arbiter to use their forebrain. Next time you encounter something as strange as a loyal arbiter diverging from the path of righteousness, investigate. You may find more questions than answers. But deciphering them and interpreting justice as best we can is how we might serve Arcadia.
Uphold justice in my way. I'll attempt to remember that, Arbiter Rao. Thank you.
Glory to the Protectorate, Junior Arbiter. Make me proud. I'm pleased we were able to resolve that altercation peaceably. Robbing Arcadia of an enthusiastic recruit would have given me little joy.
Appreciate you using your forebrain.
You know, I'd even venture to say she reminded me just a little of myself as a lad. All this excitement did not make me forget the confession on the Supreme Arbiter's terminal. I have to bring it to Virgil. Together, we can discover exactly what transpired. Have you lived all your life within the Protectorate? No. What do you know about... I refuse to question the Supreme Arbiter, just as I refuse to cast every belief I hold dear into the mud. Push me. Virgil will know what to make of this. He'll... Together, we'll figure out what to do. I'll message him when we return to the ship. Hopefully, he shall respond. Quickly. Smells like paint.
And agitated dust.
Renovations, I surmise.
Enemy moving into harm's way. From me.
Taking unit back.
Battle scan.
Lost negative. Recharge incomplete. Taking the fight out of them.
orders are... They have all been removed.
Why, Tristan, are you actually having a demonstrable human reaction?
I'm fine. Some arid dust merely found its way.
Enemy in vicinity.
Better take
Breakfast food. Just like the matriarch used to eat. Intriguing items, engagingly described. What's up next?
Not possible unless you help me first. Vulnerabilities identified.
I must get regained my vigor.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Locking them down. Taking the fight out of you. Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
I shall not stay your execution.
like a Dawn camp is up ahead. We should be able to find one of our devices there.
I've been so preoccupied with the impertinence. There is someone who would have tried to contact me to warn me. Someone who wouldn't have been taken in by a faked kill order. Not from him. He was different from most of these slack-jawed sprat bastards. I knew him from before. Long before the Glorious Dawn. We had a secret code we used to hide things from our parents before... Well, never mind that. Very well. Let's just say that he was forbidden to associate with me and leave it at that. Anyway, if he used that code to embed a message to me within a Dawn missive, no one would have even known it was there. I should have been checking our comm devices, damn it. Well, I'll rectify that right now. I knew it! He wants to help me find out who's behind this. I sent a reply telling him to meet me at a place that should be safe. It's on Cloister.
So I'm going to get that device. Oh my god, almost on an electric water.
Investigating hostile intentions.
But I'd expect a lot more personnel around for a lab of this size. Where is it?
Attention, IRC staff. Inside for important announcement. Attendant
more surprised if it was optional. At least that explains where everyone went.
They're benumbed.
Electrical dampener.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Resorting to violence. Ratcheting up my aggression.
Error. Currently performing the tasks of 6 subjects. Active job is maximum exceeded.
event. The interstitial hall in Exhibition Tower is off limits for the foreseeable future to any and all non-
Once we've got our hands on it, rifts like that might start presenting opportunities instead of death traps.
Suspended for the time being. Please direct all further queries and study petitions to the main researcher's office.
Subjects, listen well. Days ago, our beloved sovereign, in his infinite wisdom, submitted himself to mental refreshment to strengthen his resolve for the good of all. At his command, I, Emery Thoreau, now accept the responsibility of shepherding you through these dark times until our sovereign's blessed return. I shall not take this duty lightly, for I address you today not as the consul, nor even as your new leader.
I'm gonna go get Tristan.
Once we find Virgil, he and I shall unravel what occurred with the Supreme Arbiter. Together, we shall have no trouble, I'm sure.
Interstitial Hall in Exhibition Tower is off limits for the foreseeable future to...
If that modulator device truly lets us modify rifts, it might be the most important device in the universe. And that's not hyperbole. I don't do hyperbole, dear.
I'm afraid I do not profess to know much about this place. Seems we shall learn together. I'm afraid I do not profess to know much about this place. Seems we shall learn together.
Subjects, listen well. Days ago, our beloved sovereign, in his infinite wisdom, submitted himself to mental refreshment to strengthen his resolve for the good of all. At his command, I address you today not as the consul, nor even as your new leader, which I am, but as a simple man who wants nothing more than to defend his home and his neighbors. But I cannot do it alone.
What? That's impossible. This must be some kind of ploy on the consul's behalf. I don't believe it.
Wonder how long ago the Order predicted this. Assume the presiding bishop's been keen to the possibility for some time.
That scum. That miserable scum. To think he would stoop so low as to overthrow the sovereign. I shall not rest until the consul pays for his treachery and Arcadia's rightful ruler is reinstated. Do you truly believe this to be a fine time for— I fear how my fellow subjects will respond to this news. I believe that most will remain loyal to the sovereign, but I will need to deal with those who strayed. I hope that is true. Though I sincerely doubt this is the end of my thoughts related to the matter, but we've wasted enough time with— I always knew the consul was a fiend, but I never— He will pay 1,000 times for this treachery. Any fool enough to stand beside him will fall as well. Justice will spare none. None! I still burn at the consul's sheer audacity. There will not be enough of him left to desecrate. I'm afraid I do not profess to know much about this place. See, pride to punish.
Disturbance detected!
Trust the plan. Preserve.
I shall not stay your—
Pushing ahead!
Maintaining perfection.
That rift is strange. Though I'm wary of engaging with these anomalies, it's possible there may be something worthwhile within. Those fools! Protect— The only explanation is that they were lackeys of the consul. Why else would they engage someone such as myself without expecting reprisal? Then they should have reported me to their superiors rather than attempting to exact justice themselves. I shall continue to answer slights of this nature through violence, but hopefully I shall not need to do— I'm afraid I do not profess to know much about this place.
Restoring the balance.
This sight makes every hair stand on end. Grab the modulating device, then let us be off with extreme haste.
The prototype rift modulator has been removed without proper authorization.
Quite a quandary there, isn't it? Unless we can reconstruct.
To the unsubtle thief. Yes, you with the rift modulator. I've made the intercom available to you. Avail yourself of it. It's not every day that someone is fool enough to break into the Interstitial Reconfiguration Center, aided and abetted by one of our very own arbiters, no less. I'd be obliged if you would regale me with the tale of how you managed to get this far. Evidently not. But this one is secure enough to prevent your ever leaving it. I can assure you of that. Well, there will be time to scrutinize every angle of this breach at a later date, once I have dealt with you. Does such bravado no? So be it. We can forgo civilities. I will await you in the hangar. There, bullets may fly more freely than words.
Villains abound. Beyond
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
As of this morning's demonstration, we have finally proven my central thesis. Matter within the rifts is not permanently destroyed. Broken down into pure information. This confirms many of our theories about the rift to an overwhelming degree, including the potential to restore this information, albeit imperfectly. I expect the Sovereign will be most pleased. I'm scheduled to meet with him later today to discuss my findings more in depth. Note to self, impress upon the Sovereign the risks of this research, lest he insist on attending the next demonstration. I surely cannot rely on Valancourt to do his actual job.
Better take a good
Combat prop.
I shall reduce them to a slurry!
For combatant analysis, standing by to stupefy.
Always says, frolic, shimmy to your heart's reasonable abandon? No. That's only for celebrating the downfall of our enemies.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Disabling these automechs was an excellent decision here. Battling them would be quite an inefficient use of our time and energy. Grenade! Adversary vulnerability identified.
Onto your forward!
Locating the threat. Fortificator at ready status. Combatant scan.
Restoring the balance.
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
I would normally not distrust a protectorate contraption, but I fear what the Rift device is capable of. Use it very carefully.
Yeah. Very tidy and organized this all is. I imagine that secrets are filed in alphabetical order.
I'm afraid I do not profess to know much about this place. Seems we shall learn together.
There. Yes, I did. Huh?
You denied me this fight long enough. Guards, see to this intruder with extreme prejudice.
Knocking them down. Purification in progress.
Lethal measures of force still girding my strength.
Vegetation, I'm not...
They're benumbed, taking the fight out of them.
Combatant stand.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
Unleash my might upon them! I cannot fight a phantom foe.
Target distance is too great.
Stun weapon ready, Commander.
The target is much too far. You expect me to hurt? Prepare for absolution! Witness what befalls enemies of the Sovereign!
Target analyzed. Lay down fire. They're benumbed, locking them down.
Alright guys, that's all for tonight. I'm gonna watch some TV and wind down.
Now that you have the rift modulator, any previously inaccessible rifts could be worth revisiting.
Let's just go back to the ship. Save it there and turn it on.